way back into the room. I do ask that please be seated. I do ask that please be seated.
Yes, we're live.
At this moment, I will ask everyone to please be seated. And I ask the General Assembly to please be silent. I'll ask everyone to please be seated. And I ask the General Assembly for some silence. System, are we good on the live stream? Perfect. Good morning. I will call this meeting of the State University of New York Student Assembly, General Assembly to order at 10:37 a.m. on Saturday, November 15th, 2025. We will begin with the verification of our quorum. For our voting delegates, how this is going to work is I will call your placard number, the placards you were given earlier today, and you will raise your placard indicating that you're present over here. I will make note of that, and we will go ahead with the quorum verification. That said, if your voting delegate is still not in the room, please reach out to them and have them join. We will start with the quorum verification now. Placard 1. Perfect. Placard 1 is here. Placard 2. Placard 2 is here. Do we have any delegates from Clinton Community College in the room? We do not have any delegates from Clinton Community College in the room. Do we have any delegates from Columbia Green Community College in the room? We do not have any delegates from Columbia Green Community College in the room. Do we have placard 5 in the room? Placard 5 is present. Do we have any delegates from Erie Community College in the room? We do not have any delegates from Erie Community College in the room. Is placard 9 here? Placard 9 is present. Do we have Dutchess Community College in the room? We do not have Dutchess Community College in the room. Thank you, system. Do we have placard 10 in the room? Placard 10 is here. Is placard 11 here? Placard 11 is here. Is placard 12 here? Placard 12 is here. Is placard 13 in the room? Placard 13 is here. Is placard 14 here? Placard 14 is here. Is placard 15 here? Placard 15 is here. Is placard 16 here? Placard 16 is here. Is placard 17 here? Placard 17 is present. Is placard 18 here? Placard 18 is present. Is placard 19 here? Placard 19 is present. Is placard 20 here? Placard 20 is present. Placard 21. Placard 21, do we have them virtually? Placard 21, 22, 23, do we have them virtually?
Yeah, all
Placard
three of us are
21,
here
22, and
currently,
26 are
virtually.
present virtually. Do we have anyone from Niagara Community College present? We have no one from Niagara County Community College. Is placard 25 here? Placard 25 is here. Placard 26? Placard 26 is present. Placard 27? Placard 27 is present. Placard 28? Do we have anybody from Rockland County Community College here? We do not have anyone from Rockland County Community College here. Placard 29? Placard 29 is present. Placard 30? Placard 30 is present. Placard 31? Placard 31 is present. Placard 32? Placard 32 is present. Placard 33? Placard 33 is present. Placard 34? Placard 34 is present. Placard 35? Placard 35 is present. Placard 36? Placard 36 is present. Placard 37? Placard 37 is present. Placard 38? Placard 38 is present. Do we have anybody from Tompkins Cortland Community College in the room? We do not have anyone from Tompkins Cortland Community College in the room. Placard 40. Do we have placard 40 in the room? Westchester Community College. We have placard 40 in the room. Placard 41. We have placard 41 in the room. Do we have anyone from Alfred Ceramics here? We do not have a delegation from Alfred Ceramics. Do we have placard 43? Placard 43 is present. Placard 44? Placard 44 is present. Placard 45? Placard 45 is present. Placard 46? Placard 46 is present. Placard 47? Placard 47 is present. Placard 48? Placard 48 is present. Placard 49? Placard 49 is present. Placard 50? Placard 50 is present. Placard 51? Placard 51 is present. Placard, do we have anyone from Binghamton University here? Graduate student. We do not have a Binghamton University graduate delegation here. Do we have placard 53? Placard 53 is present. Do we have graduate voting delegates from Stony Brook University in the room? We do not have graduate delegation for Stony Brook University. Placard 56. Placard 56 is here. Do we have anyone from SUNY Optometry? We do not. Placard 58. Placard 58 is present. Placard 59. Do we have Jordan Dowd from University at Albany in the room? Placard 59 is not present. Placard 60. Placard 60 is here. Placard 61. Placard 61 is present. Placard 62. Placard 62 is present. Do we have a graduate voting delegate from Upstate Medical University? We do not have a graduate voting delegate from Upstate Medical University. Placard 64. Placard 64 is present. Placard 65. Placard 65 is present. Do we have placard 68 online? We do not have placard 68 virtually. Do we have any other voting delegates from Binghamton University here? Undergraduates. We do not have any other undergraduate voting delegates from Binghamton University. Placard 70. Placard 70 is here. Placard 71. Placard 71 is here. Placard 72. Placard 72 is here. Placard 73. Placard 73 is here. Placard 74. Placard 74 is here. Placard 75. Placard 75 is here. Placard 76. Placard 76 is here. Placard 77. Placard 77 is present. Placard 78. Placard 78 is present. Placard 79. Placard 79 is present. Placard 80. Placard 80 is present. Placard 81. Placard 81 is present. Placard 82. Placard 82 is present. Placard 83. Placard 83 is present. Placard 84. Placard 84 is present. Do we have an undergraduate voting delegate from Upstate Medical University in the room? We do not have a undergraduate voting delegate from Upstate Medical University in the room. Placard 86. Placard 86 is here. Placard, do we have another voting delegate from Buffalo State College in the room? We do not have another delegate from Buffalo State College in the room. Placard 88. Placard 88 is here. Placard 89. Placard 89 is present. Placard 90. Placard 90 is present. Placard 91. Placard 91 is present. Placard 92. Placard 92 is present. Placard 93. Placard 93 is present. Placard 94. Placard 94 is present. Placard 95. Placard 95 is present. Placard 96. Placard 96 is present. Placard 97. Placard 97 is present. Placard 98. Placard 98 is present. Placard 99. Placard 99 is present. Do we have placard 100 online virtually in the Zoom? Placard 100 is not here. Placard 101. Placard 101 is present. Placard 102. Placard 102 is present. Placard 103. Placard 103 is present. Placard 104. Placard 104 is present. Placard 105. Placard 105 is present. Placard 106. Placard 106 is present. Do we have any delegates from SUNY Plattsburgh undergraduate in the room? We do not have any delegates from SUNY Plattsburgh undergrad in the room. Placard 109. Placard 109 is here. Placard 110. Placard 110 is here. As I take a couple of moments to verify quorum, I ask the General Assembly to please keep conversations to a minimal.
Testing, testing, testing.
With that, we have quorum. Next, we'll go into approval of minutes for April 25th to 27th Spring General Assembly minutes, May 23rd, 2025 UC elections minutes, April 11th, 2025 DGI undergraduate election minutes, September 17th, 2025 DGI graduate election minutes. I will ask to have this vote by a voice vote. Now, for those of you who are first-time delegates, how that would work is I would ask for one of you to have a motion to approve minutes by voice votes in favor. If you're in favor of approving the minutes, you would say aye. If you're in opposition, you would say nay. And if you're abstaining, you would say aye again. I would ask for each of them individually, and it's then up to the discretion of the chair to decide what the consensus of the result is. If you disagree with the chair's ruling, you could suggest a chair for an alternate voting method. That said, at this moment, I will ask for a motion for approval of minutes. We have a motion by 51. Do we have a second? We have a second by 33. All those who approve say aye. All those in opposition say nay. All those abstaining say aye. With that, we have approval of minutes. Moving on to approval of agenda. At this moment, I will ask for approval of agenda or any additions to the agenda. Placard 80. Can we please have a mic for placard 80?
Sorry, I've never been much of a loudspeaker. We'd like to motion to amend the agenda to include resolution regarding SUNY doc number 3901-1, 3901-2, and resolution regarding SUNY doc number 3900 to the agenda.
For the purposes of the chair, I would ask one definitive sentence for the amendment. I can give you a couple of minutes, and then one definitive sentence with the resolution numbers and the titles of each resolution is what I would consider. That? Yeah. While we wait on that from placard 80, are there any other amendments to the agenda? Placard 81.
Testing. Hello. Okay. I would like to move to amend the agenda to include resolutions 009, resolution urging SUNY institutions to adopt freedom of expression and demonstration resolutions, and resolution 10, resolutions urging SUNY institutions to include voting students in policy formation. Sorry. Hello.
We have a motion to move to add resolution 009, resolution urging SUNY institutions to adopt freedom of expression policies, and resolution 10, resolution urging SUNY institutes to include voting students in policy formation. Do I have a second? We have a second from placard 48. This will be done through a placard voting. Any additions to the agenda requires 2/3 votes from the General Assembly. For those of you who are wondering about Rules Committee's approval on these resolutions, Rules Committee did review them. We had enough time to go over them, and Rules Committee considered them procedurally okay to bring to the floor. So you do have Rules Committee approval on there. That said, make your own mind about your vote. How we're going to do this vote is, again, this won't be a voice vote. This would be a placard vote. I would be asking you to hold your placards high. We'll have 3 members of the rules committee in 3 different sections of the room. They'll come to you, they'll point at you, keep your placards high. Once they point at you, they let you know that they have your vote counted. Please have your placard down. That said, rules committee. Yes, Secretary Richter is working on that right now. Yeah. We'll hold on the vote till the resolutions are out to you.
Grant, just for clarification real quick, it is resolution urging SUNY institutions to adopt freedom of expression policies and as well as resolution urging SUNY institutions to include voting students in policy formation? Okay. All right, they are being sent right now.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
would it
Secretary
be,
Richter. Again, I ask, please keep conversations to a minimal as we wait for those resolutions to get to you for your review, and then we'll go into voting.
Please, once you start receiving that email, please let me know by your voice. Thank you. If anybody does not receive it, please let me know. Send me an email at dakota.richter@sunysa.org and I will resend those resolutions over to you. So the author has noted to me that the appendix is also important just as much as the resolution. So please take your time to also look that over as well. If you can send them to me, if you want to copy and paste it, there's a 5 for link.
Yeah.
I can share that, but that should not, that, I would assume the assembly, thoughts on it, but I will mention it, I will. One of them. Very much. So I will, what? Sorry about, yeah, whatever. No, it's okay. I went straight upstairs, you know. So, sometimes we'll. Stop.
Yeah, that was.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what he is. Maybe that's.
I might.
Hi, everyone. I do want to make a quick announcement that if you are a voting delegate, it is critical that you stay in your seats so that we can establish a vote when it happens. So please stay here. Thank you.
No, just trying to, I can't take four.
At this moment, I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. That said, Rules Committee, are we ready to vote on Resolution 09 and 010, which should be sent to all voting delegates? Perfect. If you are in favor of putting Resolution 09, 010 into the agenda, please raise your placards high till a Rules Committee member comes and calls on you. No.
And then will still be on. Yeah. They're not actionable. Right. And I would explain that if it's enacted or enactable, that's the way it is. And without legal approval, I'm looking at it clear. Is UB what's the name? UB. I just read one.
All those opposed, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. With that, Resolution 09 and 10 has been added to the agenda. At this point, I would ask for any other additions to the agenda. Again, at this point, I would ask for any other additions to the agenda. We will now move to consideration of resolutions. Secretary Richter? Please read Resolution 04. Granted? 58? Thank you. With that, we can, let's go. Yeah. With that, I would ask for a motion for the approval of the agenda. With voice vote. First from 58, second from 81. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. All those abstaining, say aye. With that, we will move to the consideration of the resolutions. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 04.
Sorry, in minute mode had 10 different tabs open. Okay, so Resolution 25-26 4GA, a resolution requesting restoration of the purchasing power of the mandatory student activity fee by increasing the maximum allowable amount to $350. The sponsor is Luca Reales, the president of the SUNY Student Assembly, with no co-sponsors. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the student activity fee, SAF, serves as the primary funding source for student governments, campus programming boards, student clubs, organizations, and initiatives across the State University of New York, SUNY, state-operated campuses. Whereas students at each campus vote biennially on whether the SAF shall be mandatory or voluntary, and any proposed increases to the SAF are subject to the student approval through campus referenda. Whereas the administration and mandatory SAF programs involves a structured governance system, including student governments, independent fiscal agents, and campus administrations, supported strict internal control procedures, independent audits, budget certifications, and transparent financial reporting to safeguard and responsibly manage SAF funds. Whereas pursuant to SUNY policy and the New York codes, rules, and regulations, the maximum allowable amount of the mandatory SAF is determined by the Chancellor in consultation with the SUNY Student Assembly. Whereas the maximum allowable amount of the mandatory SAF was last revised in 2012, and since that time, the Higher Education Price Index, HEPI, has increased by approximately 39.7% as of 2024, such that the current maximum of $250 would need to be raised to approximately $350 to maintain the same purchasing power, diminishing the ability of student governments to sustain essential programs, services, and activities. Now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly formally requests that the Chancellor of the State University of New York raise the maximum allowable amount of the mandatory SAF to $350 to restore its purchasing power and adequately support the evolving needs of SUNY students. Be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly affirms its support for this proposed increase of the maximum allowable amount of the mandatory SAF and acknowledges this resolution as consultation with the SUNY Student Assembly.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to add Chief of Staff Sean Millington as a co-sponsor. This will be by voice vote. Do I have a second? Second by 51. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. All those abstaining say aye. Chief of Staff Millington is a co-sponsor. With that, the floor is open. I will be setting a timer for 15 minutes for resolution, for discussion and debate. And the first person to do discussion and debate for each of the resolution would be the author. So with that, President Rallis has the floor.
Thank you. Just to give you guys a brief overview of what this resolution really means and the context behind it. As you all know, we've had a lot of discussions about the student activity fee over the past few years. And there are a lot of ways that I think all of us in this room want to see it changed. One thing that we talked a lot about at the last conference when I was elected, things I've heard a lot from students is that we would really like to see the cap on the student activity fee raised. Currently, it stands at $250. It's been that way for almost 15 years now. And if we adjust it for inflation, it would be about $350 today. So this resolution is asking the Chancellor to consider that change. I will note two really important things. Number one, this only applies to our state-operated campuses. To put that simply, as our four-year institutions, our community colleges have slightly different guidelines, and the change process for that is a lot different than simply making a request to the Chancellor, though that conversation is also very much open. This resolution applies to our state-operated campuses specifically. Additionally, beyond just raising the cap, I know that there are a lot of other concerns about the student activity fee. I believe that some of those will be discussed in resolutions later today. The reason that my resolution solely focuses on raising the cap is because, I've had discussions about this already with SUNY leadership, and I know that this is the most feasible change that we can make in a quick time. So I'm very optimistic that if we pass this today, this change can take effect, in the relatively near future. This is something we've been working on for a while, so I'd love to see it move forward. With that, I'm happy to hear any discussion points or take any questions.
So the floor is open for discussion and debate. I will call on you. We have 13 minutes left in the timer. I would like to make note that at any point, one of you could motion us into voting or even extend the time of discussion and debate. With that, 51 has the floor.
Hello, Triana from Morrisville. I was just wondering, based on already passing a resolution and having the date timeline, I wish you would have clarified on that, what happened there and why it hasn't moved forward since last spring.
Sure. That's a great question. That was passed under a previous administration in a different General Assembly. What I'll say about the last resolution is I followed up on that resolution that was passed with the Chancellor and with SUNY leadership. That resolution, again, was more broad and included a lot more than simply raising the cap, and it didn't have the same justification this has. So it was requested of me that we pass this as a group, a very simple resolution that specifically asks for raising the cap to a specific amount and has this inflation justification on it. So we're doing this as sort of a final step as a group to move this forward. This is the justification that folks need to move forward on this.
Any other discussions, questions, and debate? The floor is now open. Please raise your placard high. If there are none, I would also ask 106.
I'm gonna motion for us to move into voting.
A motion has been made to move into voting for resolution 04. Do I have a second? I have a second by 45. We will be doing this by placard voting again. So I'll give Rules Committee a couple of minutes to start. So the motion.
When you go to report, like, we want, you just get the numbers, like, the way it's done.
Yes, I can do that. Yep. With that, all those in favor of approving resolution 04, to adopting resolution 04, please raise your placards high. It's the same motion. Secretary Treasurer Joe, can you please restate your motion?
I'd like to motion to end debate and move into voting.
So here's what I will do. I will ask if there's a dissent to ending debate, and then we can vote on ending debate. And then we'll have another vote on approving the resolution. That said, is there any dissent to ending debate? Seeing dissent, now we will be going and voting on ending debate. All those in favor of ending the debate and going into voting, please raise your placards high till a Rules Committee member comes and calls on you. If this fails.
So you're good.
I will ask the General Assembly for some silence as the Rules Committee take note of the votes. All those opposed, please raise your placards high. I do ask that if you have voted already, please do not change your votes once your vote has been counted. Oh, no, we don't need, we can't do that. We're in voting.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have. How many?
Guys, do we have?
Can you ask the
guys,
names?
have- I asked the General Assembly for some silence. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. With 66 yeas, 12 nays, 0 abstentions, the motion passes and the debate ends. With that, we are moving into voting to adopt Resolution 04. Rules Committee? All those in favor, raise your placards high. And I do ask that the voting delegates please do not leave the room. That said, all those opposed, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. We're 11:30. So we'll do one more.
We could do a working one.
We will be doing work. But we have to do. We have to do. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. In a vote of 64-8-9, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Moving on, Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 05.
Resolution 25-26-5GA, setting Ecosia as default search engine on SUNY campus computers. The sponsors are Catherine White, Lydia Morgan, Eden Gardner, and Daniel Vera. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas, oh, wait a minute. Hold on, this is the wrong one. Give me a sec here. My bad, I'm also a student.
Where did it go?
Uh-oh. Yeah, just 1 second here. Correct, but I accidentally messed up the top part. So give me 1 sec here. Let's start off with the student activity fee. Yeah, I just need the first sentence. I think it might be, hold on. Let me see if it's this one. Nothing. This is on my end.
That's fine. Just read the one that was set out.
Okay. Okay.
I asked the General Assembly for some silence.
Okay, so quick context, the first part of this whereas was messed up, so I do have to read it, but if there is an agreement from the assembly, I will reshare the other one. And after that, the motion?
We have a motion to
Yeah,
here's what we're going to do. There won't be a motion needed. This would be changed by House rules, considering that there is a technical error in the resolution, and we will be changing that. That doesn't change the context of the resolution. That said, the body can decide or ask the chair for a motion. But as chair, I will make House ruling that Secretary Richter would share with you all after.
okay. There was just, the first part of that whereas was not supposed to be in there. Let's talk about the student activity fee. My apologies. So going back into the first whereas global deforestation threatens communities and diverse ecosystems and contributes to an increasing global carbon footprint and I can't say that word, climate change. And whereas SUNY's Climate and Sustainability Action Plan states, SUNY has the scale to make a significant difference in climate action and to model change for society. And one of its objectives is to create the leaders of the future through education and by modeling the behavioral changes needed for sustainable communities. And whereas Ecosia is the world's largest not-for-profit search engine, which dedicates 100% of its profits to fighting climate change, primarily through financing tree planting projects in the planet's biodiversity hotspots, and whereas Ecosia is a B Corp certified, solar powered, and has helped to plant over 220 million trees to date in over 35 countries, thus removing thousands of tons of CO2 from air every day and supporting forest adjacent communities. And whereas Ecosia does not sell users' data to advertisers or create personal profile of users as do search engines such as Google and Bing. And whereas changing the default search engine on a computer still allows users to choose any search engine they desire. And whereas SUNY ESF, Ohio State, College of Charleston, Western Michigan, University of Delaware, and numerous European institutions have integrated Ecosia into their campus computer systems. And whereas the planting of 7,400 trees would be funded if all SUNY students were to make just one search on Ecosia. Therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages SUNY campuses and system administration to consider setting Ecosia as the default search engine on managed devices where feasible, or to explore ways to make Ecosia easily accessible for students, faculty, and staff who wish to use it, and be it further resolved that it will be up to every campus SGA to determine how to best ensure the change goes through and to stay updated on the status of Ecosia on campus computers, and be it finally resolved that this document reflects the attitudes and decisions made by the SUNY Student Assembly, and copies shall be sent to Carter Strickland, Chief Sustainability Officer and Executive Director of Climate Action, and Chancellor King.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Secretary Richter. I will now open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution for 15 minutes, starting the timer now. I would let the authors of the resolution talk first if they want to.
Hello, everybody. Yes, so this is a resolution that we actually passed through our campus as well. We have successfully seen the implementation of ECOSIA through all ESF campus computers. It's been great. We have built a great relationship with ECOSIA in its office, and they are actually going to be planting a tree on campus. And we are hoping that this resolution and just the encouragement to adopt ECOSIA on campus computers will provide better tracking, more trees being planted across campuses in the world. And yeah, it's just been a very successful initiative on our campus, and we are hoping that you consider this. Please let us know if there are any questions in terms of implementation. We'd be happy to help. But yes, thank you.
Thank you. The floor is still open for discussion and debate. Number 88 in the back.
Okay, thank you. So I'm glad to hear that you guys were able to like implement this on your campus, so it might be easy for you to answer this question. But I was just wondering if this platform has been assessed to meet like SUNY standards for accessibility, such as like screen readers and things like that.
The authors have the floor.
Yes, thank you for that question. I don't have any current data right now, but I'd be willing to look into that. And I do think that that is very important to consider. So thank you. We've been using ECOSIA for the past year. There haven't been any reports against any accessibility guideline violations as far as we are aware. And yeah, no, we don't think that it would have any issues. But we are willing to look into that. And I'll do so right now. So thank you.
Number 70.
First, I would like to thank you all for your commitment to sustainable efforts throughout SUNY. I just had a quick question, if you guys could clarify. I think a point of contention that students may have is they may worry that this browser may not be as secure as Google for security purposes throughout campuses. So could you guys please clarify on your research if this browser is truly secure as an alternate browser for our campuses?
Yeah, so from our research and from what we talked to with our director of sustainability, it seems that ECOSIA actually has more protections than Google and has been adopted in organizations that have some points of concern with Google. So ECOSIA actually prides itself in not selling its data to users and not creating individual profiles for people. So it has been, in terms of security, been championed more than Google. And yeah, that is where our research extends to. So,
Thank
thank
you. Number 80.
Hi, I took some notes. So I appreciate your commitment to sustainability. The environment's important. SUNY Buffalo's been at the forefront of pushing for like the SUNY Climate Action Plan, making sure our university is actually on track to that commitment, et cetera. That being said, with a campus as large and diverse as ours, with many vulnerable populations, data and privacy is very important. Do you guys have any like statement directly from ECOSIA, or like, is there anything beyond just like from our research, it's more secure than Google? Just if I'm speaking frankly, students are being placed on watch lists all over the country. Students are at risk with how they access the internet. It's not a small deal as to what kind of search browser they use. So is there kind of something a little more detailed or concrete you can kind of reference that would incentivize a campus as large as ours to opt into something that might put our students at risk in this way?
Sure, yeah,
And-
I'm gonna let one
Sorry.
of our,
There's this follow-up as well.
oh, sorry.
Sorry. And what would the costs of this kind of transition be? And would it actually be possible that a direct donation towards these causes to this end would be more effective than this kind of transition?
I'll speak to the causes first, and then I'll let my senator speak to some of the privacy concerns. In terms of cost, it hasn't costed us a single penny to transfer to Ecosia. It's all just been implementation. We went through our academic governance committee on campus, worked directly with IT services, just to get it implemented on our campus computers. But there were no costs associated with this. And yeah, that's all I can say on that. Now I'm going to pass on to Mario.
Sorry, just to clarify again, I'm an econ major. By costs, I don't necessarily mean monetary costs. There are costs to efficiency, accessibility, et cetera, that could affect a student's relationship or like access to a quality education beyond just money. So consider that in your response as well, please.
Sure, I'm going to pass on to my Chief Diversity Officer, Jimena Mosley.
Hi, my title is not relevant to this comment. This is more from personal experience. Cost to time would mostly depend on your individual IT department, how they handle how their systems run. I think for us, it was very easy to make the switch because we can have like a master system where it can set it to a default browser switch. In terms of efficiency on each student end, it doesn't run any slower than Google, at least on a personal, like human computational scale. And also the UI is exactly the same. It wouldn't take any time for students to learn how to use it. It's an identical UI. I hope that answers any questions.
Thank you. With 8 minutes on the timer going down, I would encourage as chair, the authors to stick to one person to responding so we can give multiple members of the GA to get their questions and discussion points out. With that, 51.
I would just like to speak in favor of the resolution and also some of the discussion we had. This is technically an optional thing. Even if that was a default browser, if a student didn't feel comfortable using it or had personal preferences. I know when we brought it up to our assembly members, they're like, well, I'm just going to use Google anyways, so it doesn't, no skin off my back. So I would just like to speak in favor of this, and I would encourage others to do the same. And then again, we could always revisit. It isn't necessarily locked in.
Thank you. Number 58.
First, I want to just follow up with that statement. Compared to Google, Google is not the most secure browser. Any browser is actually usually more secure than Google. This question to the authors, though, is that they do it based on ads. I was wondering how invasive these ads are in a general search, and if they if they're like picked out by Ecosia, or if they're just the general ad sponsoring, because there's some very bad invasive ads, and that would be terrible to see on some computers.
Yes, so from our experience, the ads are not invasive. They are usually just a banner on top of the search engines, and they try to target with environmental ads. So it's not like you're getting Sheen ads, so.
6 minutes on the timer going down. We have 47 in the back.
Forty-seven.
Hey, I'm not an econ major, and I hope I don't sound like a Karen saying this, but I understand the push for SUNY campuses to use Ecosia, whatever it's called, since it does help plant trees, but I also feel like there's kind of a contradiction, because even though it does contribute to planting trees, our colleges still rely on using paper, which continues the cycle of cutting trees. So it raises my question of what's the point of planting these new trees if we're going to still contribute to the loss? So I think we should also work on I think we should look at reducing paper consumption alongside with this and using like an act or something to avoid using more paper. Yeah.
Thank you. We have somebody on the Zoom.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Do we know where Ecosia donates the money to? from their advertising profits, or not profits, but the money they get through advertising. If it's being donated to grassroots causes, I think that's great. But if it's going to organizations that do ecological philanthropy like Nestle, who are also notoriously bad for the environment and do that as like running cover, that's only making the problem worse. So do we have transparency about what organizations are getting the money from Ecosia, or is that unknown?
Yes. Am I allowed to answer? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. I was just checking with the rules committee. Yes, so all the profits that come from Ecosia go directly to planting trees. So that is a profit that they're making to plant the trees. And I believe that there is a small portion of grassroots organization support, but all of the tree planting efforts are funded through the ads. So there is no, sorry. Yes, they plant over trees in over 35 countries, working with local organization in those trees. So it is not like they are not providing to Nestle or any other bigger organizations. Thank you.
We have placard 109. Four minutes going down.
Is it this? According to their website, only 34.1% goes to the trees. I think the rest goes to running the organization. Do you have any comments considering that?
Hello? Yes. All organizations do. Hello. Oh, sorry. We all have operating costs, so we need to be able to manage, obviously the planting of the trees, the interfacing with the different companies. So I mean, there's at least a net benefit of planting trees, but I don't think that there could be an expectation of 100% profits going directly to trees. Thank you.
I asked the General Assembly for some silence. We have placard 61.
Can I motion to extend discussion time by 5 minutes?
So here's a chair suggestion that I will give you. I'm going to pause the timer right now at 2 minutes while I'm giving the suggestion. We have lunch scheduled for 12 p.m. on the schedule. The goal is that in 2 minutes, we wrap up debate and discussion on this resolution, vote on this resolution. I asked the General Assembly to do a motion for a working lunch so we can get to all the resolutions today by 2 p.m. when our other programming starts, and also get another motion for recess for 15 minutes for everybody to go get food. I will ask for those motions, so don't worry. I know I just said 3 motions in general, but I just want to give you this background on why we're sticking to the 2 minutes that we have left. With that, would you still like to make your motion
Yeah.
to extend time?
I can make my point quickly in that case.
Yeah.
So my main question, also appreciate the advocacy for environmental protection, but my main question is on compatibility with browser extensions, especially in the context of Zotero or Google Chrome with integration into Drive and other Google products. So that transition would likely disable or make it more difficult to access those extensions. So I ask, what is the connections that it currently has right now?
Yes, so there haven't been any issues with extensions, and I would just like to clarify, the resolution is not aiming at personal devices. It is solely focused on on-campus computers. And again, it is an optional choice. But in terms of extensions and compatibility with other software, there hasn't been and there aren't any non-compatibilities with such extensions.
The floor is still open. We have 47 in the back.
Oh, I can't hear her.
Can we please get the mic to 47?
My bad.
It's just that my answer was never my question was never answered, LOL, about planting trees, but still cutting trees to use paper around our colleges, especially because most of our assignments have to be turned in by paper.
I ask the General Assembly for some silence.
Sure. Just to keep it brief, I could go into a big discussion.
I ask the General Assembly for some silence as the authors respond.
For carbon sequestration and the argument for a need of planting trees. But just to keep it simple, I mean, any initiative towards carbon sequestration, planting trees is positive, and any way to mitigate those impacts from cutting trees. There are sustainable practices for forestry. There are sustainable practices for tree planting. But again, I would just like to emphasize anything is good. And I don't think that ECOSA being implemented in campuses has anything to do with our paper usage, although it would be nice to look at that. But I think the purpose of this resolution specifically looking at the implementation of ECOSA on campus computer. So it'd be good to explore that in possible future resolutions. But in terms of relevancy to the resolution, I don't think that those two are compatible. But thank you.
With that, we are at the 15 minutes time. At this moment, I will ask the General Assembly for a motion to adopt Resolution 05. A motion has been made by 51.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, perfect. Is there a second? Second. We do not need a motion to close debate. SUNY SA do not do motions to close debate. Treasurer Joe said a motion to close debate. That is why we entertained that. The motion right now was made to vote on the resolution. And we already have a first of the motion. Second by 49. With that, we are in voting on Resolution 05. All those in favor, please raise your placards high and wait for Rules Committee to come and point on you. And please raise your placard high and vote once.
Yeah, I definitely, when I made Lucas.
I ask the General Assembly to please keep silence as Rules Committee go around counting votes. Thank you. Can get to what?
Oh, wait, I'm ready.
Including online. All those opposed, please raise your placards high. I ask the room for some silence.
Also, we were supposed to have 6, but we only had 5. The cutoff was that he came in 5th place. He was able to go to the conference but not be a voting delegate. Because
We're gonna have to.
we were supposed, historically, we've had, according to company, we've had 6. For whatever reason, we had 5. So that's why when they were.
No, we have to
six delegates, President, 5 elected.
All those abstaining, please raise your placards high.
We should have.
Even if you have one.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, well, I am. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. In a vote of 37, 36, 11, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. So this is what we're going to do. It's 11:58 a.m., 12 p.m. is lunch outside. We have 5 more resolutions in the agenda to go to. I will ask for a motion for a working lunch. Do we have a motion for a working lunch? Motion by 45. Do we have a second? Second by 90. This will be a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. We will be moving on to a placard vote. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. Please remain seated. Please remain seated, and I ask the General Assembly for some silence. To give you guys some context, if we do not do a working lunch, we will not be able to get to the resolutions, the 5 other resolutions today, because we have a hard cutoff at 2 p.m. for other programming. These authors have been working really hard for the past almost month, working with me, Rules Committee, Secretary Richter, to get these resolutions and to work on these resolutions. That said, because as chair, I cannot make a decision on the voice vote that was just done, I will be going into a placard vote for a working lunch. Right after this motion, I will ask for another motion for a brief recess to let you guys go and get food. So you will have some time, you will have a little break. But we are right now in voting for a motion for a working lunch. That said, all those in favor for a working lunch, please raise your placards high. I ask the General Assembly to, thank you. I ask that you please remain seated and quiet. No. I ask the General Assembly to please remain seated. To please remain seated in silence. All those opposed of a working lunch, please raise your placards high and please don't vote twice. Sure. No, because it's a recess.
Also, what's the point about this, like, the thing that they did in the morning, that like.
Correct.
Historically, the time we spent doing like this was the visit meeting, we had an extra hour.
I asked the General Assembly for some silence. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 71, 7, and 1, and 3, and 3. The motion for a working lunch has been adopted. With that, I will now a motion for a 15-minute recess. I will have a timer for General Assembly members to go get lunch. This will be a voice vote, so motion by 51, second by 17. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. With that, the motion for a recess passes. I will see you guys here in 15 minutes. We are at 3 minutes going down the timer. If you're in line, please get your food. If you're a voting delegate, please make sure that in 3 minutes you are in this room. I know the lines are long. Please make sure you get your food so we can get to all the resolutions. I get it. I'll start. We only motioned for 15 minutes. So I would have to start it at that, but I will wait for members to come back. Right. Right. This is like, I'm trying to keep this away from like. Yes. Yeah, we talked about how boring you are. Okay.
We don't. I know, thank you, Matt. I saw your group chat. Oh my god.
1 minute 54. The thing is, we have to start the meeting. I'll wait for members to start coming back in. Because we only want to start the meeting. Oh, yeah. So you'll have to still. Why is the police like in the middle? What?
What?
Yeah. No, it's fine. You guys I'll start the meeting in 1 minute, but you guys, I won't start with business. So please get your lunch. No, he was just.
I don't know.
Jeff. And do you know who Jeff is in the back? Listen, Dad. Go tell him that we're gonna start live stream again in 30 seconds. Yes, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so I'm there?
Yeah.
Wait, it has been live the entire time?
No.
Oh.
Wait, yeah. No, maybe you live. Yeah, we're live.
Okay, got it.
You want it?
I'm good. Yeah.
Great.
The 15-minute timer is up. We are back in General Assembly session. I will wait a couple of more minutes for the people in the line to make their way back into the room, but we are back in session. No, that works. So it's just gonna keep going the whole time. Sounds good. Perfect. We are back in session. I will wait for members to make their way back into the room, make their way through the line to at least get some food, and then we'll begin with business again. Why? Because you see the fat?
Yeah, what's going on?
I can't.
It's actually so funny. Sometimes I'll be like, Sean, you know, go get me that.
I know who's on.
Yeah. Wait, I already did that. I'm on.
You don't need to take pictures of getting in and out of black.
We are online. By the way, our cat is on.
Wait, how that?
The General Assembly is back in session. Please make your way back into the rooms. If you are in line to get food, please get food and then make your way back into the room. I will wait for people to get food and then we'll get started shortly. I'll give you a couple of seconds to pull up 06 and then we'll get started in a minute. We are back in session. I will ask to please be seated if you got your food. If you are in line, get your food and then make your way back into the room. You're good. General Assembly members, we are back in session. If you got food, please be seated. Okay. At this moment, I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. We are back in session, and I ask the General Assembly for some silence. We are starting our business again. If you are in line to get food, please take your time, get food, but then quietly make your way back into the room. If you already have your food, please be seated as we are starting business again. Your schedule relies on your compliance. Please be seated if you have food already so you can get to the other breakout rooms after. I ask the General Assembly for some silence, and with that, Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 6.
Okay, so continue eating as I speak through this. So Resolution 25-26006 GA, in support of increased state investment in facilities departments at SUNY campuses. The sponsors are Jordan T. Stevens, State University of New York at Fredonia, SUNY Fredonia. The co-sponsors are Juliana Lamloy, Dakota Richter, Andrew Edwards, Ashley Kepferl, Iris Davis, Landon Lyons, Kat Haltoner, Jamestown Community College Student Senate, United Students Government of Buffalo State, Student Association of SUNY Geneseo, the Student Government Association of SUNY Potsdam, Student Government Association of SUNY Cortland. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the State University of New York Student Assembly, SUNY SA, serves over 1.4 million students across 64 campuses and is committed to maintaining a safe, accessible, and sustainable learning environment for all students, faculty, staff, and visitors. And whereas facilities departments at SUNY campuses are critically underfunded, leading to deteriorating infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and insufficient capacity to address hazards like snow and ice, which endanger campus safety and accessibility. And whereas the lack of proper snow removal equipment, sustainable vehicles, and general infrastructure upkeep has directly contributed to injury risk, non-compliance with SUNY accessibility standards, and a growing number of liability concerns across SUNY campuses. And whereas grounds crews and facilities personnel are essential to upholding the missions of SUNY, but are under-resourced and lack the tools necessary to meet the growing demands of sustainability initiatives and weather-related emergencies. And whereas the long-term sustainability goals outlined in the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan and other state mandates cannot be achieved without adequate financial investment and support both from SUNY leadership and the New York State legislature. And whereas students across the SUNY system recognize the importance of creating accessible and sustainable campus environments and call for immediate action to address these systematic issues. And enacted by majority vote of the SUNY Student Assembly on November 15th, 2025, this resolution shall serve as an official statement of advocacy for increased investment in facilities departments at SUNY campuses, and now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly urges the SUNY Board of Trustees to conduct a comprehensive review of facility services across all SUNY campuses, identifying institutions in critical need of support, especially in the areas of weather response, sustainability, and accessibility improvements. And be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly calls upon the New York State Legislature and Division of Budget to enact legislation that dedicates increased reoccurring funding to SUNY campuses specifically for facilities infrastructure upgrades, including sustainable snow removal, alternative fuel vehicles, and accessibility-related improvements. And be it further resolved that this funding be designated to facility services and used exclusively for the following purposes: purchase of eco-friendly snow removal and de-icing equipment, procurement of sustainable vehicles and equipment that reduce fossil fuel usage, investment in tools and infrastructure that enhance accessibility and student safety. Be it finally resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly calls for regular, transparent communication between campus facility departments, student governments, and SUNY administration to ensure accountability and collaborative progress toward a more sustainable and accessible SUNY system.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. I also do want to point out that in the QR codes on your table, under business material, a parliamentary Robert's Rules guide has been added. In case you're not sure how to make a motion, please consult that guide, but you can always make a parliamentary inquiry and ask how to make that motion. That said, now the floor is open for discussion and debate on Resolution 06 with a 10-minute timer. Any discussion and debate? We have 45. Correct, sorry, thank you. Does the sponsor want to speak first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Jordan Stevens, I'm the president of Student Association at SUNY Fredonia. We've been working diligently on this resolution for the last year. I have interned personally with facility services on our campus, and I know that the majority of the campuses in our regions are experiencing some significant issues with the weather. It's kind of out of our control, and things have gone downhill. There are some supportive documents that I'm unsure if our parliamentarian has received. Photos of the bottoms of the vehicles where you're driving, you can see the road as you go. So the salt dogs on the backs of the trucks are welded to the frame of the vehicle because there is no back of the truck. So this is the kind of equipment that our campuses are dealing with, and I think it's incredibly important, especially for student safety, to get these things turned around. We've had so many people slip and fall on our campus. Someone last year, just in between the vehicle, like the facilities person going back to their department to get more salt, fell and smashed their teeth. So I think this resolution speaks for itself, but I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have number 56 back there. I am trying to call in people I haven't called on before first.
Hi, Emily Frieden from SUNY ESF. Thank you so much for the resolution. I think facilities are constantly understaffed and expected to overperform. On that, how does this resolution talk about staffing? Because we're asking them essentially to do more, get more resources for them so they can do more. Are they going to have the staff to be able to get that? For example, at ESF, we're really good at sustainability, but we don't, we recently had to take back some of our composting, specifically composting paper towels, because we don't have the staff to get to all the bathrooms to do that. So how is this resolution going to make sure what we're asking of them and giving to them, they can actually use with the proper amount of staff? Thank you.
So that's definitely an issue that we're facing as well. We went from 13 facilities workers down to 6. So the budgetary constraints is something that's a little bit further out of our control, unfortunately. We have a, multi-million-dollar deficit. That's kind of what we're dealing with as well. You're right. So it's definitely on our minds. I was talking to our facilities director the other day, and that's exactly what she said also, is what about staffing? And I said, I don't know what we can do about staffing, but we can try for vehicles. So even the staff you have aren't, running around in vehicles that will immediately break down. So,
Placard 86, 6 minutes and going down the timer.
I'm also going to respond to that question because I am also a co-sponsor on this. I have met with multiple campuses, and now being a grad assistant, my perspective has changed on the information I've been privy to. So I am seeing across multiple campuses that facilities is understaffed. To name a few, Buffalo State, SUNY Fredonia, SUNY Cortland, And even a really big one, SUNY, what's that? What's Sarah's college? And Stony Brook University. So it's not just happening at smaller campuses, it is also happening at bigger campuses. And in terms of staffing, because I am co-sponsoring this resolution, that is something that I do want to talk about during Advocacy Day. Because I do know that staffing is very short, and I know that the schedules for even trash pickups are changing, where staff are now being, like, office staff are now being told that they need to empty their own trash bin or walk out their recycling to the dumpsters to try and help alleviate the limited staff that they already do have. So, and many of these facilities, staff are scared. They're scared to come forward and say something about this. They're scared of retaliation. And I think as students, as we've mentioned multiple times, the student voice is very powerful, very powerful. So by bringing these issues directly to the people that can make change, it can help make the budget bigger to have more staffing. We'll be able to make more sustainable campus. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Any further discussions or comments on the debate? We have number 17 right here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Didi. I am the JCC president in Jamestown, and I would like to speak to this. So we're talking about safety here. And when safety comes into play, when the weather gets bad, people get injured and hurt. Personally, for my campus, with a bunch of students living in the dorms, there is a huge hill that leads to one specific dorm in particular. And last year, unfortunately, I took a slip and a fall down that hill because it wasn't able to be plowed and there was a lot of ice. In the past, I've had multiple back surgeries. This fall aggravated the scar tissue that I had already developed in my back. And I ended up having to sit out from sports, not be able to go to class, and potentially run the risk of having another surgery. So to me and to the school, this is very important. Also, in addition to this, we have a high population of international students, especially those from South Africa, who have never seen snow, don't know how to deal with the snow, aren't told how bad the snow actually is, and end up getting injured and hurt. It is a common occurrence. So with the passing of this, it would alleviate some of that stress on students who are not from this area and do not know how to deal with such a large amount of snow. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes on the timer going down. We have a comment by 51.
I would like to speak in favor in general. A couple things that I do want to bring up in regards to our purview of our campus here at Morrisville. Well, there at Morrisville. So we also have a lot of issues of cleanliness around campus that ties directly to funding and availability of staffing. I know we have touched upon it. And I don't want to necessarily speak against this resolution as it's like one or the other. But I think that we need to look at how we continue to have a goal of improving just quality of life on campus. Another thing I want to speak in favor too, and the way I understand where our sponsors kind of brought this up, especially in regards to the dangers of winter in New York. But also we have had a lot of issues regarding the residence halls and their safety due to a lack of investment into proper locking mechanisms and other things that I would like for us to also bring up or consider. And as it currently reads, especially for the exclusiveness of the funds, I might consider and maybe hearing from other people if they would think that that is also important to include, or maybe something to look at in the future.
The floor is still open with 1 minute down the timer. We have 58.
Hello, I would just like to ask the author, you have it on here as eco-friendly snow removal and de-icing equipment. Have you looked at like the cost comparison between this and the traditional ice removal? And I would just hate to see this shot down just because that expense is much greater than the usual equipment.
So you're talking about just price comparisons? So, since we have to follow EO 22 and the Climate Action Plan, SUNY's providing a little bit more leeway and requiring that we move over to these things regardless of the cost. I don't know if that's something that the campus is going to have to take on full force, or if it's gonna, a little bit of assistance is gonna come from SUNY. But at the end of the day, by the end of those goals, we need to have those in place regardless. So, and just a Kubota, like one you'd normally drive around, is $14,995. That's also for the electric version and the one that converts to biodiesel.
Thank you. At this moment, we are on time at 10 minutes. So I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution 6, or if there is a motion to extend time for debate and discussion. Can we get 81 and Mike, please?
Thanks, Ben. Motion to go into a period of voting.
A motion has been made to go into period of voting. We have a second from 36. This would be a placard vote. We would give Rules Committee a minute to get to counting. While Rules Committee prepare to count the votes, I would like to make an announcement that please be seated and let the hotel staff take your plates from your table. Do not stack them yourselves on the trays. And I would also like to take a second to thank the hotel staff for all their work and effort. With that, we are in a period of voting for resolution 6. All those in favor, please raise your placards high and wait for Rules Committee to call on you. We're voting in favor right now. I will ask the General Assembly to keep silence as Rules Committee counts their votes. Thank you. Yeah. Guys, can we get the online vote? Okay.
Oh, wait, right here too. Did you get this one?
Okay. Yeah. All those opposed, please raise your placards high and keep them raised till Rules Committee call on you. Please raise your placards high, all those opposed. Online. Zoom. All those abstaining, please keep your placards high. I ask the General Assembly for silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. In a vote of 79-0-4, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 07.
Give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna quickly. I was just eating, so I need to take a second.
I ask the General Assembly for some silence as Secretary Richter reads this resolution. Thank you.
Resolution 25-26007 GA, System-Wide Fair Funding Model. The sponsors are Sloan Koshrin, Molly McGarity, Daniel Vera. Co-sponsors are Emily Frieden and the ESF GSA President. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the financial models employed by SUNY system administration have resulted in funding patterns that disadvantage many of SUNY's comprehensive colleges and specialized campuses while concentrating resources at the university centers. And whereas this reallocation of public resources has not demonstrated clear system-wide benefits, has raised concerns about transparency among the legislator and the public and the SUNY community, and has created fiscal pressures that may compromise educational and research missions across New York State. And whereas the centralized stability planning initiatives have not consistently achieved the stated intended outcomes of long-term fiscal stability and have in some cases contributed to reoccurring cycles of financial constraint and reorganization at affected campuses. And whereas the continuing structural deficits at several campuses underscore the need to revisit and reassess the effectiveness of current financial planning models. Now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly urges Chancellor King and the SUNY Board of Trustees to review and refine its allocation of any new and incremental state appropriations and the SFY27 enacted budget to reduce structural deficits in sustainable and equitable ways across state-operated campuses and sectors. Be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly calls upon Chancellor King and the SUNY Board of Trustees in consultation with the University Faculty Senate and the Faculty Council of Community Colleges to develop and implement a differentiated, needs-based, mission-centered budgeting model that equitably supports the distinct statutory research, educational, and regional economic development roles of each SUNY campuses and sector, thereby strengthening the long-term sustainability and mission integrity of the entire SUNY system. Be it finally resolved that this document reflects the attitudes and decisions made by the SUNY student assemblies, and the copies shall be sent to John B. King Jr., Ian Rosenblum, Meller K. Ram, I can't say that last name, Beth Berlin, Valerie Gray, Robert M. Halen, Julie Hartley Moore, Donna Linderman, Kapil Lanjani, Krista Grant, Afshadi Sandvik, Francisco Miguel Arazia, Nisha Atre, Lisa Castillo, Richmond, Bless Chu, Valerie Dent, James Frank, Gary Ginsberg, Aaron Glad, Bart Gray-Shawn, Cheryl Hamilton, Adam Haney, Juliana Hernandez Camisio, Robert Megna, Kara Palumbo Schrantz, Julie Petty, Josh Sager, Will Schwartz, Carter Strickland, Jay Urwitz, Chris White, Dr. Merrill H. Tisch, Caesar Perales, Joseph Velek, Courtney Eagles-Burke, Eric Korngold, Marcos Crespo, Robert Duffy, James Haddon, James Katz, Eunice A. Lewin, Stanley S. Lito, Bruce Simon, President of the University Faculty Senate, UFS, Edward Spiro, Carrie Staller, Candace Vason, and Camille Joseph Varlak.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. I will now open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution, with the authors having the floor first with a 10-minute timer.
Thank you so much. Hello again. We are ESF, we're representing our school. And just to give a little bit more context, and I'll allow some time for questions, this comes from a concern, obviously, with our campus and our current stabilization plans, but obviously also working in tandem with other institutions that we know are undergoing stabilization plans that may not necessarily be benefiting the long term of their communities. Here are some campuses that, just to name a few, but it is not an exhaustive list. But it's SUNY ESF, SUNY Maritime, SUNY Potsdam, SUNY Plattsburgh, SUNY Oswego, SUNY Buffalo State, and SUNY Fredonia, being some of the campuses currently undergoing financial stability planning. Now, what this resolution is calling for is for our for our leaders in the SUNY system to consider a fair funding model, one that ensures that each campus's specific needs, specific outputs, and their value is being considered in terms of determining budget allocations, so that campuses like ESF that are doing great amounts of work, immense amounts of research output, are able to get the funding that particularly and is able to support that research output. And so other campuses are able to support themselves instead of reducing our staffing, instead of going to cuts with our facilities departments, with many other places. So really, this is a simple ask. We're just asking for the SUNY system to reconsider its funding models to ensure that campuses like ours are able to be supported properly. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, the floor is open for discussions. We have number 12 right over there.
I actually really like this. I'm from FM, which is like a really small school. Our school is literally on a farm. There's fields all around it, and it's so small. And I think that equal funding for different things is perfect. I agree 100%. I'm backing you up on this.
Looking nice. Thank you. What was your placard number again? 12. The floor is still open. 109.
Hi, I'm president of the SGA at SUNY Potsdam, one of the schools mentioned, undergoing the stability plan. And my question is, would this plan also include enrollment rates, or would that not factor into the equation of the funding?
Thank you for that question. We are all aware that there is a push across all SUNY campuses to increase enrollment. What this specific resolution is asking for is leaving it up to our leadership to determine a fair funding model. Currently, it is based on sizes, it is based on enrollment. But what we are aiming to do right now is ensuring that we are also evaluating mission. We're evaluating outputs. So maybe enrollment could be one of those, but I think right now, in terms of the values of this resolution, we really want to look at colleges and their mission, because enrollment rates and size aren't always illustrative of a campus's impact. So
thank you. Any other 851? 51 in the middle.
I again would like to speak in favor here with Morrisville, very small campus. Obviously part of our ag and techs and understanding the high input costs that we have to deliver on, especially within our agricultural and business and other nursing specific programs that require a lot of input costs. However, as a smaller college, and we at a certain point could not hit the numbers of another institution, but I would speak in favor that we continue to be able to, like as you guys were speaking, we're still doing valuable work and we're making impacts in our community. Just because we don't have the numbers, the size, capacity, etc., that shouldn't negate the impact that we're making on SUNY. Especially I speak as someone from an agricultural background, that there really aren't as many options. And I shouldn't have to go to Cornell. No offense to our Cornell friends. I shouldn't have to go to Cornell to learn how to become a leader in the agricultural industry, especially when we're talking about SUNY trying to get our sustainability goals up and our local farms. How are you going to do that if you can't sustain the students that would be learning how to grow the food to be able to bring to campus? So I would really speak in favor of this and being able to evaluate the hands-on learning that our institution provides, and how are we going to be basically reimbursed, not reimbursed, but you know what I mean, for that.
Thank you. 5 minutes going down the timer. Any other comments? And we have number 94.
Hi, I'm Zora. I'm from Cornell. I was a little confused reading the resolution. It's not that I necessarily agree or disagree. I can't really totally figure it out. Is this meant to be where the budget is determined exclusively based off of mission, or like, I just want a little bit more plain language explanation and summary of this resolution. And yeah, and the outcome that you're looking for as compared to what currently happens. Thank you.
For the sake of time, I would ask only one of the authors to respond, please.
Hello. Yes, thank you for sharing your question. What the resolution is really asking for is for our leadership to reassess its funding model, not solely look at mission funding, not solely look at these parameters, but have a holistic approach when it comes to funding, right? What's currently happening right now is schools are being evaluated by their size, by their outputs, things like enrollment rates, things like how much people they're bringing in terms of profit, right? I think right now we have a very for-profit model going on in the SUNY system. And what we are asking for is to also evaluate things beyond profit, beyond actionable, things that determine size, right? Like looking at research outcomes, looking at our impact in New York State. I'm talking about ESF right now just because we're the college, but ESF has immense research output. We have over 600 employees in the DEC. And if we are currently not being supported financially to keep putting that output, to keep helping our state, to keep helping the world, how does that equate, right? How does right now, when we are under an administration that is targeting environmental programs, we are now deciding to put all amounts of pressure onto environmental institutions that are helping with that work? How does that make sense for other campuses as well, when we are trying to promote public access of public accessible institutions for our whole New York State residents? So I think it's really about looking at the moment and ensuring that all of our campuses are being funded fairly. So thank you.
Thank you. We have an online comment.
Yeah,
Speaker.
I would just
ask,
like,
please
oh,
state your name and institution.
of course. My name is Samuel Kessler. I am the Academic Senate Chair at Nassau Community College. I think that it's also important to note that some of our colleges do social programs. Nassau Community College also runs a food bank so for our disenfranchised students in the area. I think that's important to note that an increase in funding for schools that hold services like these would also be a benefit to the community at large.
Thank you. Any other comments? We have 60 over here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for presenting this resolution again. My question kind of comes from the bigger research institutions at the SUNY level, mainly Buffalo, Stony Brook, Cornell. On the federal level, these schools are facing a reduction in research funds. And with this resolution, I'm curious to know how kind of the withdrawal of funds from these institutions would be compensated, considering the, I guess, current deficiency in funds on the federal level right now that those schools are facing.
Thank you. 1 minute going down on the timer.
Sure. Just to clarify, the resolution is not calling for a decrease in the university centers or other institutions. We're just asking for a fair funding model in terms of the allocations that are being given to us. But we are in complete agreement with that. Right now, the SUNY system, because of the federal cuts, because of that disenfranchisement of science and facts, we should then be investing in these institutions, right? I think that should answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments and questions? We have number 31.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm from Suffolk Community College. I wanted more clarification on funding needs based on research. Would this model skew funding towards universities away from community colleges?
No, I don't foresee this model affecting our output to community colleges. I think research should be one of the variables. But again, what we're asking here is mission funding. So someone here mentioned social output, right? Things like that. So research should be considered as one of those, right? ESF, maybe we don't have the biggest social output, but we have the biggest research output. But some other schools have great social output, right? So it's really about considering mission. And again, there's no exact proposal here. It's really just urging the SUNY system to look at a better funding model. So we're not necessarily proposing a model. We're just urging them to reassess. Mhm.
Thank you. We are on time. At this moment, I will ask for a motion to adopt resolution 7. Resolution 7. Do we have a motion? Motion from 49. We have a motion to extend debate for 5 minutes. Do I have a second? There's a second from 30. Let's do a voice vote for that. Do all those in favor say aye? All those opposed say nay. All those abstaining say aye. The nays have it. We will be extending the time for 5 more minutes.
No, not extending time. The motion was to increase time and the.
Sorry, yes. So we have 5 minutes to extend the time.
No.
The motion, it was up.
Yeah.
The motion fails. I stand corrected. The motion fails. So we are still in debate, but if there is a motion to go into voting, I will entertain that. Do we have a parliamentary inquiry? Can we get a mic, please? With the motion.
So point of parliamentary inquiry, is a voice vote flawed in a room where not everyone is a voting delegate?
That is up to the chair. That's on the chair's discretion. If a member of the General Assembly feels as if the chair's decision on the whatever the motion is, they can ask for an alternate voting method. So it's not considered flawed. It's depending on the discretion of the chair. That said, do I have a motion to go into voting to adopt resolution 7? We have a motion from 17, second by 44. All those in favor, raise your placards high till Rules Committee comes and calls on you. All those in favor, again, all those in favor of adopting resolution 7, please keep your placards high till Rules Committee calls on you.
No, actually, never mind. I'm going to abstain.
You do that. I need somebody to. Sean?
I lied. I just realized I am voting yea.
I asked the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. All those opposed, please raise your placards high and wait for Rules Committee to call on you. All those opposed, please raise your placards high. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 49-32-2, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Granted, 51, can we get a mic for 51, please?
I'm so sorry. I just have a question why we've been doing discussion without a main motion. We just have the resolutions. I think for efficiency and not having to ask every time, and if our agreed upon 10 minutes or whatever it was lapsed, then we wouldn't have to ask for the motion. Technically, we're discussing something that isn't a motion yet. I was just wondering why we were doing that.
Once a motion is made, we have to go in a period of voting. So discussions are done prior to the motion. That is how we have done GAs over the year. First, the discussions are done in case we need to extend time or limit debate. And then once a motion is made, we go straight into voting. And also that also allows for amendments if there are any amendments that come up in the resolution, because once we have a motion on the table, we can't have another motion for amendment. Correct. We need a motion to make an amendment. Most amendments are derived through discussion. That is why we have discussion before getting a motion of voting. Once we have a motion to vote on a resolution or to consider it, then we go into
Can you restate your question one more time so I can hear it again? Sorry, I'm doing minutes.
Sorry, Secretary Richter, you do not have speaking rights right now, but I will let you restate your motion and then you can ask. Can we get a mic, please? I asked the GA for some silence. I asked the GA for some silence.
So just in general, I am wondering why there is not an
I
adoption.
asked the General Assembly some silence and respect for the person who's speaking.
I wonder why there's not an adoption of a main motion, someone making a motion in order for there to be debate. And in order to have a amendment, you need to amend a motion that has been made. However, in the current model, we are just discussing the resolutions. But in order to amend those, you would have to say, in my interpretation of parliamentary procedure, you would have the motion to say accepting or adopting the resolution, and then someone would move to amend those. So that was my question, why we're not doing that.
Thank you. As for how SUNY SA operates, how each SGA has their different interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order, how SUNY SA has done this in the past is we have discussions on the resolution prior to a vote to consider the resolution. That allows for these discussions because a lot of students don't read the resolutions when they're sent by Secretary Richter 14 days prior. That allows for students to make any amendments which come through that through those discussions. That said, legal fully approves of the way that we conduct this, and we have been doing this procedure in SUNY SA for quite a while. Moving forward, Secretary Richter, can you please read Resolution 08? I ask the GA for some silence as Secretary Richter reads the resolution.
SUNY Doc 9. Okay. Resolution 25-26008 GA. Resolution regarding SUNY Doc number 3900. The sponsors are Benjamin Lau. There are no co-sponsors. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas SUNY Document 3900, Guidelines for the Operation of Campus Student Governments, and SUNY Document 3901, Mandatory Student Activity Fee Procedures, establish foundational policies for student government operations and financial management across SUNY campuses. Whereas these documents have not been comprehensively reviewed in several years and may benefit from clarification and modernization to reflect evolving campus practices, technologies, and student engagement needs. Whereas students across the SUNY system have expressed interest in assuring that these policies remain transparent, consistent, and responsive to the current landscape of student governance. Now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages continued discussion among student leaders, SUNY System Administration, and the SUNY Board of Trustees on potential opportunities to update and clarify SUNY Documents 3900 and 3901. Be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly supports exploring ways to strengthen student consultation and communication when future revisions to these documents are considered. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall be shared with the SUNY Chancellor and the SUNY Board of Trustees to convey student interest and collaborative review of existing governance policies.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. With that, the floor is now open for discussion and debate. We're gonna let the author first.
Hello. So originally the University at Buffalo Student Association submitted, hi, my name's Ben. Sorry. I'm the VP of events for UBSA. And so with this resolution, originally we had 3 resolutions in regards to SUNY bylaw 3900 and 3901. Unfortunately, they're all merged into one. Basically, the context is the first one, allowing disbursements made more than beyond check. The second one is about expanding the referendum requirement from every 2 years to every 4 years to help improve the flow of operations. And the third one is about changing the language of the mandatory referendum to, instead of saying, should the student activity fee be mandatory or voluntary, with no set way of collecting a quote unquote voluntary fee, to just having it as a simple yes or no question. Should the student activity fee be mandatory, with a simple yes or no question? So basically this new resolution that is created is basically asking for SUNY to try to have conversations about trying to edit the bylaws, as these bylaws were created over 20 years ago and they do not reflect the time of 2025.
Thank you. The floor is open for any discussion or comments. Please raise your placards high. We have 94.
Really small. Motion to amend the title of the resolution to reflect the inclusion of SUNY document number 3901.
A motion has been made to amend the title of the resolution to include document 300-901. Is there a second? We have a second for 58. All those in favor? We will do a placard vote for this. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. I went backwards because they're passionate about it. Yeah, what's your name? You have her number? Um, All those in opposition of the amendment is to include document 3901 in the title. Please raise your placard high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Yeah. Including online? Okay, perfect. Well, this is for the amendment. In a vote of 6907, the amendment passes to include document 3901 in the title. We are back in discussion and debate for the actual resolution. I paused the timer, so we are back at 8 minutes going down the timer. Any other comments and points on the discussion? We have number 45.
Hi, my name is Natasha Jones. I'm Vice President of Farmingdale State College's SGA. I just wanted to motion into a period of voting.
A motion has been made to go into a period of voting. Is there dissent to go into a period of voting? Seeing that there is dissent, we will do a vote on going into the period of voting instead of voting actually on the resolution. So all those in favor of going into voting and going into a period of voting for the resolution, please raise your placards high and Rules Committee members would come to you. What? I don't know, it's somebody's spot. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. As we collect these votes. Get out of to go into a period of voting. So this is to go into a period of voting, the closing debate, and then we'll do another vote for the. Yeah. All those against going into a period of voting and closing debate, please raise your placards high. Please keep them raised till Rules Committee calls on you. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Two more after this. So we're gonna cut it almost off. In a vote of 44-37, the motion to go into a period of voting and closing debate passes. With that, do I have a motion to approve resolution 08? First from 17, second from 80. No, the motion was, she stated going into a period of voting and closing debate, so it's gonna be two motions. All those in favor of approving the resolution, please raise your placards high. Point of inquiry by 45? (44-37). I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. No, we don't. Sorry. I'm writing all the.
Got another one.
We are in a period of voting, so I ask you guys to hold. Do we have a parliamentary inquiry? 78, can we get 78 a mic, please? Okay.
Hello, this is a question for the chair. This body, and I assume follows Robert's Rules of Order, or at least in the general sense. In the general sense, under Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to end debate requires 2/3 as you're taking the voice away from members. 44-36 is not a 2/3 vote, so I do not believe that that vote passed. Can you explain to me in the bylaws where that says?
Correct. Thank you. I ask the GA for some silence. Yes, Robert's Rules does do that. SUNY SA bylaws, SUNY SA procedures, and the Office of General Counsel for SUNY system knows that we close debate in a majority. Most of our votes goes through majority votes. That's why we look at majorities. That's what we do for all of our resolutions. It's not fair to just go for one resolution and look at that. It is also the chair's discretion. That said, the vote was 44-30-7. So right now we were voting on the approval of resolution 8. All those, also thank you for mentioning that out. I want to take this moment to also just thank the rules committee because they did point that out way earlier in the meeting for me. So they're very diligent in the work that they do. So I just want to take a second to thank them for running around with mics and for keeping sure that I'm on track as well. Parliamentary inquiry by 81.
All right. I would like to appeal the decision of the chair to set a 2/3 vote threshold.
We cannot do that because we're in a period of voting right now. We already have the votes for the yays, which are, well, we have the votes for the yays already. We can go in this and then because that motion already passed, you can't appeal once we're already on the next motion. That said, all those opposed on approving resolution 8, please raise your placards high. I ask the GA for some silence. We are voting on the approval of resolution 8 regarding SUNY document 3900, and the amendment was made to include 3901. We are currently doing an opposition vote, so if you're not in favor of approving the resolution, please raise your placards high. The voting delegates should not be leaving the room. Online votes. Thank you. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Okay. Regardless, I think it's up to the chair. Even if I did that, we did that. The first part. Do whatever you want. Yeah. Are you talking to council about moving out of discussion? I guess so, but you don't need to. Okay. Okay. Dakota went to the bathroom. Do you want to read the resolution? Okay. It's resolution 09. Oh, actually, he's back. He's back. In a vote of 49, 15, 10, the resolution is adopted. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. Second point of inquiry by placard 58. Can we get a mic, please?
Howdy, I'd just like to ask where in the bylaws I should be looking for the house rules or the rules for general meeting governance when it comes to these sorts of votes and stuff?
The bylaws do not have all the rules detailed in them because of how concise the bylaws is. The rules are A, to the discretion of the chair, B, Robert's rules, 3, Office of General Counsel, making sure that we are in compliance with all of these rules and state law and open meeting law. That said, Secretary Richter, can you please read Resolution 09? 09.
Am I good? Okay. Resolution 25-26009 GA. Resolution urging SUNY institutions to adopt freedom of expression policies. The sponsor is Grant Peterson, a SUNY SA delegate for University at Buffalo undergraduates. There are no co-sponsors. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas SUNY promotes free and open inquiry as essential to its academic mission. Whereas SUNY SA serves as a SUNY-wide voice for students. Whereas SUNY Board of Trustees Policy 3653 provides foundational protections for speech and assembly. Whereas clear viewpoint neutral policies at the campus level will prevent arbitrary enforcement while safeguarding peaceful student protest and demonstration. Whereas dedicated freedom of expression policies adapted from the University of Chicago report and University at Buffalo Faculty Senate promote consistent, fair application of rules. Whereas this aligns with the SUNY Board of Trustees commitments and best practices from speech advocacy groups. Whereas the SUNY University Faculty Senate has recently passed a resolution on safeguarding free expression, peaceful assembly, and privacy. Whereas SUNY SA reaffirms SUNY's aspiration to be a community of diversity and inclusion, governed by responsibility, tolerance, and mutual respect, where robust free expression empowers diverse voices and viewpoints without censorship. Now therefore be resolved that the SUNY SA urges every SUNY institution to consider adopting or enhancing a model freedom of expression policy, such as that adapted from the University of Chicago report and the University at Buffalo Faculty Senate statement, applying to student-related matters included but not necessarily limited to protests, assemblies, and events, activities of clubs, publications, and individual speech, academic discourse, academic freedom, campus-wide expression. Be it further resolved that SUNY SA recommends that individual SUNY campuses establish committees comprised of faculty, administrators, and students to develop institution-specific implementations of such a model. Be it further resolved that SUNY SA encourages student governments recognized by SUNY SA to promulgate, I can't say that one either, similar freedom of expression statements. Be it further resolved that SUNY SA recommends that policies follow a model adapted from the University of Buffalo Faculty Senate statement, itself adapted from Chicago statement, and incorporating best practices from free speech advocacy groups merged with Board of Trustees Policy 3653. Be it finally resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages campuses to share examples of successful implementation of free expression policies and will highlight best practices across the SUNY system to promote awareness and collaboration. The attaching documents down below were sent to you in email. If you did not get them, please send email to me and I will send those over.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. The floor is now open for public comment, with Grant being the author having the first comment. Not for public comment, sorry. The floor is now open for discussion and debate.
So, first things first, I think that reading the appendix as well would be helpful. There was an appendix document with it as well. So
the appendix was sent out to each of you. As for Secretary Richter's duties, that only does entail reading the resolution. Any attached items is available to all the voting delegates.
okay, so the attachment document, the freedom of expression statement, is adapted from the Chicago Statement on Freedom of Speech. It reaches many areas of policy for colleges, and So a couple of things I should note before we start talking about the actual resolution and also the expression statement. Firstly, freedom of speech does not imply that SUNY SA should endorse or support any type of speech that violates SUNY policies, local college policies, or state law against things like discrimination or harassment, stuff like that. Obviously, that is against SUNY's policies, and it should be. Nobody contends that. The main areas of importance about this resolution and the attached appendix are, firstly, what's it called? I'm blanking on the word. Disciplinary procedures, right? Disciplinary procedures at some colleges, but not all, are typically governed by a code of conduct for students. And some colleges hold things like, for example, the community colleges hold things like the Board of Trustees policies to be either above or completely separate to your student code of conduct. So if you have a student code of conduct, it allows for a bunch of different things, typically things like appeals processes, things like trial by your peers, etc., and offers protections that are explicitly stated to be sourced from the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. And not having those things be equal to, well, not having that be the highest law of the land regarding disciplinary procedures allows for tons of administrative abuse. So one of the big issues as well with the current practices of SUNY regarding freedom of speech, the main thing that SUNY colleges, which include the four-year institutions, the community colleges, the main source of their policies for freedom of speech and demonstrations are the Maintenance of Public Order Act, which is basically just like the disbursement policy, pretty much unchanged for around 15, 16 years, give or take. And those policies mostly provide restrictions to speech and assembly, such as allowing colleges to arrest people for valid or invalid reasons. It's up to the individual colleges to decide. So one of the big issues with solely providing restrictions, well, mostly providing restrictions in such a document, is that certain colleges will not adhere to those rules in a way that is fair and equal across all groups. So I should point to the protests that occurred on various campuses. So UB, Stony Brook, FIT, there were several others where hundreds of students were arrested for peacefully protesting. And that is because the policies of the individual colleges do not allow for strict protections for those students. And some of those protections could be, for example, setting specific times for protests, a neutral liaison officer, training public officers of the universities, such as, I don't know, dean of students, the campus police, whatever you happen to have, on things like anti-discrimination, anti-harassment procedures, freedom of expression, and de-escalation techniques in case protests happen to be violent, which most of the time they're not going to be. All right.
Thank you. The floor is open for any discussion and debate. We have number 32.
Thank you, parliamentarian. I just had a quick question. I noticed in the resolution, you had a section that requested the SUNY schools have a stance of neutrality. Now, here at the SUNY schools, we have strong support of undocumented students. So how do you think that should be treated? Do you think that we should step away from that position? If we were to adopt a stance of neutrality, what do you think about the people who would be upset if we continue to support undocumented students while maintaining a stance of neutrality?
So I would like to defer that question to Aisha. Is that?
Yeah. Hi, yeah. So, at Buffalo, a majority of our graduate school students are actually international. We have thousands of international students on campus. We have thousands of, or much more. I don't think that number is public, but we have many, many more undocumented students on campus. This resolution is actually a commitment to protecting every student's right to peacefully express their protest or express their constitutional right, freedom of speech, without fear of being punitively attacked. Currently, in the current political climate, we are dealing with a federal administration that antagonizes certain beliefs that it finds to be contrarian to its political agenda, and students that disagree or express disagreement with that statement or that political stance, depending on their immigration status, are less or more vulnerable, and therefore have less or more access to peacefully assembling. This is us basically, if you are in this room and you're a student representative at your school and you believe that every single student at your school should have the access to engage in their freedom of speech without fear for being retaliated against or targeted by inconsistent application of university protesting policy, which is something that we've been seeing across the last couple of months and over a year, actually, then this is basically this body calling for those policies to be universally implemented across your campuses, and calling for different student and administrative collaborative bodies rather than strictly administrative bodies that are subject to the pressures of external forces to actually discern what those policies per campus would be. So if you're interested in having your student representatives have a working commitment with your university as to how it's going to implement protesting policies, then this is basically calling upon your universities to engage in that collaborative effort with student leadership rather than having their own discretion as to how it's going to address undocumented students that decide we want to protest for this, or, you know, other minorities. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Number 58.
I'd just like to ask the authors of this if this was considered being already covered under the resolution that was passed in the previous General Assembly in the spring. That was the Student Bill of Rights that's currently, I believe, in the Senate for New York State institutions and city institutions, since it already has a section referring to protection of, you know, freedom of speech and freedom to gather.
So firstly, I'll say that no, I do not think that they apply to the same areas. And secondly, I would implore you to check the email that had the links to all the things that were cited in the resolution, one of which was a resolution passed that pretty much covers the same topics by the four-year university faculty members, which include the president who was here yesterday. What is his name? His name is Bruce Simon. Bruce Simon. So the faculty of SUNY don't seem to believe that whatever has been passed in any sort of governance body at SUNY is sufficient in providing protections against things like doxing, harassment, et cetera, administrative abuse, whatever it is. This resolution is, firstly, it's coupling to that resolution, right? And secondly, it goes further in saying that not only should the universities adopt policies that protect students, they should be the primary policies which decide the disciplinary procedures that students may go through if those policies are applied. So.
Thank you. We do have someone on Zoom. You may unmute and talk. Please state your name and your institution.
Hello, Samuel Kessler from Nassau Community College. I would like to bring up two things very quickly about this. First is that going with what was just said about colleges not necessarily recognizing what's already been said. We did have an instance last year at our school, Nassau Community College, where two students were removed from their position in student government for reasons that were not given to them, and they were not given the right to appeal. Having schools give a specific process for appeals and for disciplinary actions and all of that does help in cases like these, as well as that all state schools are bound by the First Amendment, according to Healy v. James, 1974. So all schools, including all state schools, including all SUNY schools, should already be bound to freedom of speech and freedom of expression as is mandated under our Constitution. Reinforcing this is absolutely a good idea, in my opinion.
We have one more minute. 96.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question to the authors for my own understanding too. In the appendix, in the third paragraph, it states that freedom of expression shall not be restricted unless meeting the prong of having the intent to inflict harm, damage to property, loss, etc. I guess like my question in regards to freedom is how do we define intent? Because it's so ambiguous. So how do we define intent? And with that, who is involved in the process of assessing and determining what the intent of that speech is? Is it like a combination or collaboration with students, faculty, advisors, admin? Is it a panel of peers, or is that very school dependent? Thank you.
So firstly, again, point you to the bit about student code of conduct. Secondly, because, well, if you have a trial by your peers, that's where you can assess intent. And secondly, intent to inflict harm. I think that it's fairly reasonable to state that if you have a protest and something happens, like people pile into a room and, you know, someone gets injured inadvertently in that process, there isn't like an intent to go and hurt someone there. It's very, very different from, you know, going around and like attacking people, right? So.
We are at time. We have system announcement. Okay, perfect. Yes, Dakota needs the record numbers. With that, we'll get the placard numbers. We have a motion to, is it a closed debate motion or is it a motion to vote? Extend, okay. By 5 minutes, okay, perfect. We have a motion to continue discussion by 5 minutes. We will do a placard voting on this. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. Okay, thank you. Rules Committee made a very good point that we have one more resolution to go and we have a hard cutoff out of this room or for this at 2 p.m. The author did work really hard on the other resolution as well, back and forth with me. So as you vote on this, I encourage you to keep that in mind that we still have 10 minutes and one more resolution to go. That said, we are in a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. Yes. No, no. We do not have, we didn't send out agendas. We don't have a business meeting scheduled for tomorrow. It would be either this or tabling it till the next General Assembly in April. That said, we are in a period of voting. I ask the room to please keep silence. The vote is, you're voting, and if you're voting in favor of extending time by 5 minutes, please raise your placards high. Yes. Because there were questions raised earlier about 2/3 and Robert's rules, I do want to make sure that going forward, we are having that. That said, although anybody who hasn't been counted for in favor. All those opposed, please raise your placards high. In favor, we have 4, including. I ask the General Assembly to please keep silence. Thank you so much. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Online. I think we only have. Yeah.
Wait, where are we?
Please.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we had these until 5:30.
Recess. So we could have recessed the final. We have stuff during dinner.
We have stuff during dinner. Okay, wait, guys. I ask the room to please keep silence. On the motion of extending time by 5 minutes, the vote is 462-3. The motion fails. We are out of time for discussion on the resolution, on resolution 9. Do we have any motions for extending time or a motion to move forward? Placard 81. We have a motion to go into voting. So motion to approve resolution 9 by placard 81. Do we have a second? We have a second by 82. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. How do I the thing? Up to you. Sorry, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. All those opposed to approving resolution 9, please raise your placards high and please keep conversations to a minimal.
No, then I don't even bring that.
Nine. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high.
Right. But I think so people like talk right now about moving on voting dollars.
Well, since you had it on the schedule, we wouldn't need a vote.
No, it's not on the agenda. But you could propose both.
Including online?
You said keep voting delegates.
Yeah.
You said keep voting delegates in and send everybody else to break out. We don't know yet.
Oh.
I think that would be better.
Well,
I'm
isn't the?
trying to figure that out. That might be better, just so like we know.
Well, that depends on which one.
But yeah, there's just some trying to. Because they can also push off some sessions, which would be beneficial. Can she just say something to tell them to like hold that, like I've been discussing? Oh, yeah, I don't know, yeah. I just don't want them confused of why we're paused. Yeah. Good call. Okay.
Wait, what? Too late. They made the motion. What did it say? Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Am I allowed to make an announcement?
what is it?
The announcement is either you guys have the option.
Well, I would want that. You have. Oh, this was read. I have it.
For the next resolution.
Yeah, whatever.
Either you, it like, that proposed are they stay here, everyone has to stay here who's a delegate.
Okay.
You cannot go to the first cycle breakout session.
Okay.
Or everyone stays here. And you all miss out on at least 30 minutes.
Okay.
Or we table
This
resolution.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you make the announcement. Yes, but I'm gonna first say the vote for that. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. On the motion of approval of Resolution 9, we have 65-9-3, and the resolution is adopted. That said, we are at 2 p.m., so Vice President Coker does have some logistical announcements to make.
Hi, guys. Thank you for some lively debates that we've been having. As you guys know, we do have a packed schedule, as we always do every year, every semester. And so your schedule is your choice moving forward here. We have a couple of options to go about how to continue breakouts and how to continue our workshops or continue debates over our final resolution. Your options are to continue debate, continue your discussion in business meeting. That means that voting delegates cannot attend breakout sessions. We can open doors to allow non-voting delegates out, but you guys will not have the opportunity to participate in raffles. So there's that. Secondly, we will not be able to do our Robert's Rules breakouts because our parliamentarian is running that. Or you can motion to table.
The third option that Vice President Coker just suggested, that would be to motion it to table it to the April General Assembly. We want to give this body the autonomy to decide how they want to go forward with this. 51. We have, can we please get 51 a mic so they can state that motion in a mic?
My motion is to continue our business session as the agenda has illustrated. And then obviously your non-voting delegates can head out if they want.
So we have a motion to continue down the agenda, which is just one more resolution to go. to continue around, to continue in the agenda and with just voting delegates in the room. Or others can stay, but feel free to go to attend those breakout rooms. Do I have a second? Second by 84.
So just a clarification, this means that voting delegates have to stay in the room. If you are not a voting delegate, you can go to the breakout sessions, but if you are a voting delegate, you cannot leave the room. We need you for quorum purposes.
That said, we are in a motion, we are in a period of voting. All those, and we will do this by placard vote, all those in favor of continuing the agenda, please raise your placards high. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence as we make this crucial decision. She said her number. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence as we count these votes.
Madam President. Madam First Lady. No. No. Oh. What's the total? Can I just say, where is she? Oh, there she's.
I ask the General Assembly for some silence as we figure out some legalities on my end to making sure we have this vote on the record correctly. All those opposed to continuing down the agenda and finishing the agenda, please raise your placards high.
So, Luca, during whenever we finish this, I'm gonna send it to the draft. Over it tonight and tomorrow, so I can get it out by the end of the day tomorrow or Monday. Quick turnaround. I know. I don't know if I can do that. It will. Can I have Abby said she was up to that? It will be. Abigail and Amira. Okay. Or Sean. It will be very similar to this. Yeah, it's fine. As long as two people look at it, that's fine. So you can do Abigail, Amira, or Sean. Okay. That's fine. Okay. And send it to me too. I might have chance. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's sent out within 4 hours. Yes. Oh, is that the rule? It's supposed to. Then yeah, I know it never happened before. Yeah. But yeah. Well, at least for GA, that's I wanted. Yeah.
I think so. Because, well, it depends on abstention. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. 2/3 is 56. Oh, well, we have it, the 2/3 is 56, correct? Yeah. We have 50, but not every. We have 56, 22. Well, that's not. 6, we do. 22, 8. We have 78 people college, right? Yeah. 15, 6, 7, 78, 7. That's easier. Okay. Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Because it doesn't include the offenses. You're right, you're right. So it passes with majority and the 2/3. Yeah. Fine. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. With 56, 22, 8, the motion to continue down the agenda passes. Resolution passed. 22. Resolution passed. Yes, you can go.
Plan to change it.
An update for non-voting delegates, you can leave. Voting delegates, you need to stay. You cannot attend our breakout sessions until business is over. A note that leadership into careers and advocacy is not happening in the ballroom quite clearly. That will be moved to Sackett's Basin, that's down there with all the other breakout sessions. If you are a non-voting delegate and you would like to attend the breakout sessions, please do so now to not interrupt our business meeting further. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Coker. No, just start reading. Secretary Richter, Secretary Richter, please proceed with Resolution 10. I ask that you keep conversations to a minimal as you leave the room. I ask that you keep conversations to a minimal as you leave the room. Was there a point of order?
Is there a way I can see it? I just want to talk about I don't know if I should. I'll save that for public.
Yeah,
only because I am going to respect.
No, don't.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna say.
I know, but don't.
I'm not gonna pinpoint. No, I'm not gonna pinpoint.
But it's so funny because we already.
I'm just gonna be very broad.
Okay. Go ahead, read R10. Go ahead and read R10. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the doors to close and then I will start. Okay. Resolution 25-26-010 GA. Resolution urging. I am so sorry. Can someone
We
please
can
put
get
that
it on the board system, and thank you for that.
Is that the correct one? I can't see. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Resolution urging SUNY institutions to include voting students in policy formation. The sponsors are Grant Peterson, the SUNY SA delegate for University at Buffalo undergraduate. Co-sponsors, none. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas SUNY promotes shared governance in which students participate meaningfully alongside faculty, staff, and administrators in policy development. Whereas SUNY SA serves as a system-wide voice for students. Whereas many SUNY campuses have faculty or college senates, but student voting rights vary widely, thereby limiting student influence on academic and operational decisions. Whereas academic or college senates with elected student voting members ensure that students have a real voice and full voting rights equal to those of faculty and administrators on curriculum, budgets, policy, and campus governance. Whereas this aligns with the SUNY Board of Trustees policies on inclusive shared governance. Now therefore be it resolved that SUNY SA urges every SUNY institution to consider establishing or enhancing an academic or college senate with elected student representatives holding full voting rights equal to those of faculty and administrators on student impacting matters. including academic policies and curriculum, student services and life, budgets affecting students, campus-wide decisions. Be it further resolved that SUNY SA recommends that individual SUNY campuses establish committees comprised of faculty, administrators, and students to develop institution-specific blueprints for each college or school. Be it further resolved that SUNY SA encourages student governments recognized by SUNY SA to there's that word again, can't say it, similar statements. Be it further resolved that SUNY SA recommends that the voting membership of the general body of academic or college senates should roughly follow the model of a balanced mixed governance body, akin to those outlined in the Nassau Community College Academic Senate bylaws, with the following approximate distribution: 10% administrators appointed by the respective institution president, 20% students elected by the student body proportionally between undergraduates, graduates, and professional students with a minimum of 1 representative, and all additional seats apportioned by percentage of full-time equivalent FTE enrollment. 70% faculty, including non-academic professional staff, non-teaching academic staff, and non-administrative teaching staff, proportionally between departments or divisions. Additional representatives, such as union representatives or those for certain kinds of professional staff, may be warranted in accordance with the wishes of each institution, and the overall distribution of seats among these categories can and should vary to reflect the unique composition and the needs of the institution, provided that student voting members, including graduates and professional students, comprise at least 20% and are apportioned reasonably between each group. Be it finally resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages campuses to share examples of successful implementation of student-inclusive governance structures and will highlight best practices across the SUNY system to promote awareness and collaboration. The documents in the footer were shared in email. If you did not receive them, please reach out to my email at dakota.richter@sunysa.org.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. With that, I now open the floor to discussion and debate, starting with the author. Any discussions from the author with a timer of 10 minutes?
So for this one, firstly, I should start off by thanking the Rules Committee and the parliamentarian for pushing to get these things through at the very last minute, because that was definitely a thing that happened. So, and also for extending everybody who voted for that. So firstly, I should just note for both resolutions, but also for this one, what I mean in the resolution by promulgate is that you put a resolution to your student government, however it exists, be it a Senate or some other form of assembly, and vote on it and pass it as a policy to recommend that your college does that. That's what the model expression of freedom of expression also is. You should pass that. Very important. Even if your faculty senate, like UB, passed a very similar policy, you should still do it because the policies still are not sufficient. And for this, so for this one in particular, the way that governance bodies work in the various colleges within SUNY, they are different. Every college does things a different way. And a lot of them are due to the specific union agreements that are decades and decades old. So Nassau Community College is the place that this is primarily sourced from. Their agreements for the academic senate were in, let's say, 1975. So these things are very archaic. And the reason why this is important, and it's basically because different colleges have different ways of doing things, right? So if you're a student at SUNY University at Buffalo, you do not have voting powers on things like curriculum, for example. The only way that you can impact it is by being a TA. And even then, that's very faculty-centric. And the voting proportions, because I know people are going to ask about it, if I were the dictator, it would not be as faculty-dominated, but realistically, in the way that union agreements work, there's no way that you're going to get less than 70% faculty. And quite frankly, if you want to actually get things done, like writing courses and writing college policies, you're going to have a fairly strong majority of professionals, field professionals. So the next thing I should note is that the governance structures in all the colleges, not just the primary policy writing bodies like faculty or academic or college senates or councils. I think that's one thing that exists, but they're not just different on that level, but they're different from the top down. So for four-year colleges like UB Binghamton, Stony Brook, I don't know, Albany, just naming a few. Uh, they don't have an independent board of trustees. They have a council or something like that that helps select their college president, but faculty and then the college president end up being the people who enact the policies of the university. And most of those are primarily in the hands of the faculty and other employees of the universities. So then when you look at things like the community colleges, which have their own independent trustees and board of trustees, they will end up voting on things like curriculum at the board of trustees because the board of trustees is independent from SUNY, right? So the reason why this resolution matters for all of you is because I think that at every level, you should have students involved in policymaking. And while the specific formula here might not necessarily reflect the governance system of your respective college, it should be something that you look into getting done, modifying so that it works for your colleges. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Packard 30.
I call motion to finish debate.
We have a motion to end debate. Do we have a second? We have a second by 45. Okay. So this is not a motion to approve the resolution. This is simply a motion to end debate. All those in favor of ending debate, please raise your placards high and wait for Rules Committee to call on you. Okay. All those opposed of ending debate, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Sarah? 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 Okay. In a vote to close debate on resolution 10 and a vote of 64-24, the vote passes and we will be closing debate. Is there a motion to approve resolution 10? Motion by 45, second by 83. All those in favor, please raise your placards high and keep them raised till Rules Committee calls on you. Does that mean if we are in before 2:30? Yeah. Then before that, does that mean I have to?
When is our? I have to say, I want to talk about student Snapchat. Can I do during dinner? I want to. I did, but I 8 campuses didn't respond, so I want to just mention our campus. Oh, I can. Just. No, I'm not going. There's 8 campuses that didn't respond. We had 40 respond. I'm surprised you got 40. That's great. So there was 2 campuses voluntary. One doesn't have one, and then somebody just failed. Are they all from South? Yeah, no, it's SUNY Delhi, voluntary.
Is SUNY Delhi here?
It's a community college. Is it? No, is it?
We should know. 54 including. No, it's fine.
Yeah, got it. I thought that was interesting. That is.
All those opposed of approving resolution 10, please raise your placards high. All those opposed of approving resolution 10, please raise your placards high. And please keep them raised till Rules Committee gets to you. I think they missed one. Oh. Yes, 7-2. No, you're good. You're good. You're still on those setup. I don't think I've ever seen crazy it. Oh, you know me. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Online. In a vote of 72-9-2, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Thank you. We will now open the floor for a public comment period. Any of you at any point could do a motion to adjourn, but please let people speak in public comment if they want to. That said, are there any members of the body or guests in the audience who wish to address the General Assembly? 86.
I have been typing for 4 hours straight to not just say one thing, and then you guys can motion to end it, okay? So I just want to quickly talk about the snapshot real quick, not in depth or anything crazy. I'm just going to quickly go over the campuses that filled it out, and if you do not hear your campus's name, please scan that QR code and fill it out today, just so that I do not have to reach out to you again in email, because I know that can be annoying. So starting off, I will go through the list of campuses that I currently have. Geneseo, SUNY Empire, North Country Community College, SUNY Albany, SUNY Old Westbury, Monroe Community College, Stony Brook, SUNY Downstate, SUNY ESF, Cornell University, SUNY Cortland, SUNY Ulster, SUNY Polytech, JCC, SUNY at Buffalo, Jamestown, Mohawk Valley, Corning Community, SUNY at Fredonia, Farmingdale State, SUNY Canton, SUNY Cobleskill, SUNY New Paltz, SUNY Brockport, SUNY Potsdam, Finger Lakes Community, Hudson Valley Community, Delhi, Jefferson Community, FIT, SUNY Broome, SUNY Morrisville, Cayuga Community, Suffolk County, SUNY Oswego, SUNY Sullivan, Alfred State College of Tech, SUNY Orange, Batavia, SUNY Purchase, and SUNY Oneonta. If you did not hear your campus name, please fill out that QR code. That's it.
Thank you. Next public comment online.
Hi, can you
Please
hear
state
me?
your name and institution.
Okay, thank you. My name is Maya Suzuki, and I am the elected president of Nassau Community College's Student Government Association. Just wanted to make an announcement. The SUNY Board of Trustees has adopted the following resolution stating that the SUNY Board of Trustees expresses its appreciation to Dr. Kanzadi for her service to Nassau Community College, and it has been resolved that the appointment of Dr. Maria Kanzadi as president of Nassau Community College by the Nassau Community College of Trustees has been disproved. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is open for any public comments. Number 2.
Move to send caucus delegates to, that lack reps to go into caucus meetings to elect, like ag tech and community college representatives that we are missing.
Can you restate your motion, please?
I would like to move to send caucus delegates that lack all reps to go into caucus meetings to elect reps following the adjournment of the SUNY SGA meeting.
I would state, if we adjourn this meeting, we cannot start another meeting because we only sent agendas for 2 meetings. So I would say like restate that into something like after public comment or something else. Like don't talk about adjournment. Does that make sense?
So nothing post adjournment can be held amongst the caucuses?
Correct, because then we don't have a General Assembly till April. Yes. Correct, that's what I'm saying. You can do a motion for that. I would, since it is elections, I will have to consult council. So I will taking a brief hold to consult council to see how we're going to go about that. We do not have council here. We do need council present for all our elections. So I will, as the parliamentarian, ask the general body to give me, the General Assembly to give me like a couple of minutes to consult council. But I would also ask you to reiterate your motion to not include adjournment of this meeting, but to include that as a part of this meeting.
All right then. And I guess just another side comment that, then what will the colleges that do not have representatives, specifically my college has no assigned representative for our community college, what then do we do when it comes down to having a representative until spring?
No. So that's a different question to ask to President Morales about how the vacant positions would go. Do you want to make your motion again about, because right now we do not have a motion on the floor. Do you want to make another motion to talk about elections? I can help you with the language.
Can I ask a question before you make that?
Yes.
I don't understand why we need the entire assembly though to vote on specific caucus. Isn't it only the caucus that's voting on their respective delegates?
That is special elections which are held prior to the GA.
But we were said that you guys were going to hold them after, so why can't we just hold them now outside of the purview of this agenda and this assembly?
I'm not sure where that communication came from that we will be holding elections after. There has been no set date and time for elections. I will be talking with council. I'm going to take a brief moment to talk with council and to come up to you to help you with a motion.
Yeah, this is my longest I've ever typed for. My meeting prior was my achievement was 3 hours before. And I think I'm at Okay, $5 today? Ooh, that's a very great question. I am currently at 28,000. 28,000. 36 pages. But don't worry, this includes the minutes from yesterday as well, because I've already reformatted them last night and put them in here. So by the time I finish the minutes today, I can send them out tomorrow. No. No, it's okay. No, I don't mind. I just like talking. Like I like getting input and it's hard to manage it and then get that. That's what I mean. Yeah. Absolutely. I took my keyboarding class. I took it pretty complete. I used to live in home. You? Yeah. Gotcha. I lived on Irving Street, and it's like I don't know if people still call it that, but it's the dike. That's what we called it over there, like the hill. Yeah. So like, yeah. So like, I lived on Irving. The dike was right by my house, and like I would go down it and walk to Bonaventure and catch fish every day. Yeah, that's like in like I used to kayak in that little river. That was my first time I found like a clam, river, like a crustacean. I didn't know clams lived in rivers. Or maybe it's not a clam, but some type of crustacean like a farm. Yeah, it was very weird. It was very small. But yeah, no, I took my keyboarding class at that one center, right next to the mall. That was I don't know if that's counting. Yeah, that. Yep, I took that in 11th to 12th grade. Yeah. When I was there, I got my words per minute up to I think my highest was 76, and in the springtime I took the class. I got to 100, and just recently I took it again, and I'm at 120. My hands just get clammy because of the friction. But yeah, like if somebody's talking and if I catch up to what they're saying, my hands pause, they start like cramping because I stop moving. So then it's harder to like get back in game. Like I just yeah, no, it's fun. I like being I like being a little secretary. Oh really? Really? Why? With my ADHD, like if I talking to the distance, what I'm saying is like I'm just bored of my kid. Huh? Still typing at 36 pages so far. We formatted all these class. That we asked. So the reason why we're having trouble, I'm just really honest and very blunt. I could as secretary push out. However, it's more so I would say it's an individual one. Usually like when you have something or our special election or the general assembly election, usually well aware of that. Because if somebody's running for an election, there's certain requirements and other things like when we stop, you can't question it. Especially, I don't think. I know some student affairs they don't have weekend in case you call them. That's specifically very hard. So I doubt that stuff like that. I think for just a rabbit, and I think for yeah, I don't GPA is important to have. My undergrad, I took my freshman year, because I was excited, I doubled up to 24 credits every semester, graduated on time. But, thanks for e-board, it's only a 2.5. I have a 4.0. What was it? I mean, it's kind of recent. I was after I was after the why because I was the vice president who met that bylaw. Yeah, and do that one. They do also make you spend your oh my. Yeah. You feel that's why there's yeah. Yeah, I know it's so person. No, it's all for it. What's up, dude? You run up here. Yeah. So no, so same concept had issues over there. So the reason why it's not they're like players. So we can have burdens with the leader. I two students that we thought we can go in the class. Like how everybody I think we're with so I have their emails with only one of them is being on later. But yeah, I definitely want to I saw your email, I started it. So it's in my time. Yeah, so that one, I say to go. Okay, and then because that, what happens, you have to do about that's one so that it's still carrying on way that we where everything is but also because I have to spend the future. So we could discuss and talk about how can I constantly give them weekly and you can feel like it's okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. I yap a lot. No, you're fine. I also yap a lot. It's your time. Thank you. Yeah, I can share that with you. For the minutes will be placed out tomorrow. So you should be able to find tomorrow. But I will tell you first because there was two different motions. 65 in favor, Are you guys all from UB? OMB, hi there. Hi there, yes. I'm at right down the road. No, I'm at UB all the time. I play with them myself. I'm always in volleyball. Like I walked it down the stairs. Like I'm on UB. Oh, oh, Jim? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. No, so I go usually like every Tuesday. I'm there like twice and 3 times a week. North. No, the one that's like 15 minutes away from Buffalo. I just hop on the, and then like before like you get that right. But yeah, no, I'm there like every day. I was there. I was actually there on Thursday. I was grading gym. I didn't class on maintenance that, so I was like, there's like some constraints when it comes to the guys campus, like I don't know what side I was coming on, but it's like it goes up and then there's like a gate right here, there's a bus stop, and then building. You walk into it.
General Assembly, we are still in session. While I consult council on this and Rules Committee on this motion and the motioner on a motion, please remain in your seats. Please keep conversations to a minimal. And if you are a voting delegate, please do not leave the room. Thank you.
Yeah, no. I was not expecting during my all about content. Part of it. Last year. So I was not expecting to like that was my topic was from that. There might be other things that say other things done, but definitely have been you guys thank you how all the time, that's a guy about that. But I'll do another event too. I'll reiterate to him like all the time that that's go easy. That I don't want to especially if you guys delegate. I think something you guys have a lot. You guys have about 3 times I have a whole you guys like buffet, you got $2 so you guys can really you guys I think people that actually only have that's what I know. The delegates gonna want to come. So I have to make contact with my team that they count no. So I can't remember. I think it's private. Maybe. Yeah, just yeah. I made contact with there's no response. So I reached out to him with my president. And we just talked about that. So any voting delegates that like get them to call down the our pocket, different side. Okay. So you guys fill up a snapshot form. There's somebody in here that asked if somebody was possible to follow. So that will be sent out through like Google form, like a snapshot. I was thinking about it, when how those stuff dot. I think I'm just gonna put it in the generator. I think we'll have a special edition one where maybe either a semester going right before the assembly that I, as executive secretary, I have made those things. You know what, I don't, I'm seeing it gonna help you. So I think it is law. Very effective. So the newspaper one, I think I'll probably do the special edition. I'm not sure, like the month before the semester starts, where I executive secretary. But throughout the semester, a random name generator goes however we want to. But that one can be as long as you want. I'm not limited. Kind of different. The highlight. So like this is very much more. So I don't think so. I don't ever get caught. I don't care that president. If you know that's the university, then I know what's that. You don't get to decide that. So I don't take no for it. So I would bring it up. I would push it for you. I have that, and I feel that. So anything that you guys are doing, I can. Yeah, I mentioned that was with the UB. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the next one on the time. My right arm sometimes hurts. I don't think my right arm sometimes hurts. And when I went to the doctor about it, they told me I could either try and get it like as with it definitely. I'd say Lisa. Yeah. I have now. I do something. What is parity with I so I'm very I'm on Buffalo State fire thing to happen. It happened. I did not have insurance. They had insurance, but they think it was $20. Maybe like a which could also increase, but $20, I think it was a month. No, I think a month, $20 a month. It's not that. So yeah, we definitely work on something like that. But I also was program with health insurance clause. Trying to figure out a place I can accept my health insurance. Being a grad student, not moving first, so I have the most part-time job. still not qualifying for anything better. But yeah, we have to sit down and discuss. I think a lot of people have to do like stuff. Like with my right. Like, and it starts circling the question. You might quite circle. Find somebody else. Talk to keep moving on their food chain. You're talking to somebody, find their boss. They're not listening, find their boss. They're not listening, find that boss. I've gone on to the rest of the camp. Turns out my the students that own it because I'm pissed off that nobody's giving me there. But yeah, I can any health insurance. If you want to, if they're not getting the requirements. I think it's giving them that support to have help. Because as somebody who's going about their PA, RN, and now vital and all that stuff. I'm very happy. But yeah, I said and I got kicked off my health insurance. I go to about like something about hey, I was like, I'm gonna have to worry about all the time, like for grades, but I have to. I was like, I can't. But you know, I think definitely like biology, previous biology, you know, I don't want none of that stuff going on, but for especially with people healthcare and right, getting sick, not required to not update the vaccine. Yeah. To perspective. So I think I do think that this is like because they're talking about this job. How do we fix that? Hey, offer something small. What is the biggest question people have? As like everything in this economy. Only $20. That would be a very feasible thing to do. My like other activity. That was oh, dude, yeah, I live in Allentown. Audit. Wait a minute, I might be. It's Oak Street. Wait. Yeah. Oh, sorry. My old address is cottage. Same number. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that. Really? But it's you're really pretty. I think you're like I think we should set up a meeting and talk about this. I live within I'm on campus every day. I'm gonna have to have an office somewhere I can come in and out and but I will follow up. That is my one thing that I followed up with you guys during my time block. I really thought that while I was there.
General Assembly and the members on Zoom. Just a quick update. There is currently no motion on the floor. We're still waiting on a motion on the floor. There's some discussions happening on the floor. As those discussions go, and if a motion comes to me, I will let you guys know.
I'm about to move to adjourn. Everyone wants to leave. Please. You can't now recognize emotion. I know that enough. I'm like, 78.
We have a motion on the floor by placard. Are you a voting delegate? What's your
Yeah, I
placard
am.
number?
Hold on. My motion is to adjourn though.
General Assembly, I ask for silence. I ask you guys to please take your seats since we do have a motion on the floor. I have none. Please take your seats. I'm so sorry. Thank you guys for being engaged.
Don't share that number with nobody else.
General Assembly, we now have a motion on the floor. I request, please take your seats now. General Assembly, please remain silent. Motioner? Okay. Can we get a mic, Rules Committee? Yes. Yes. We have a motion by 78.
My motion is to adjourn the meeting.
Do we have a second? We have a second by 98. We will be going into a period of voting. We will be doing this by placard vote. All those in favor of adjourning, please raise your placard high. General Assembly, I ask for your silence. I ask for your silence as Rules Committee do the counts. Online, if you confirm. All those opposed to adjournment, please raise your placards high and keep them raised till Rules Committee calls on you. All those abstained on a motion for adjournment, please raise your placards high. In a vote for adjournment, in a vote of 77-6-2, the motion passes, and the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State of New York stands adjourned at 3:01 p.m. until April 2026 in the State of New York. April 2026.